Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Hmm. That means there's a small concentration of call interest between 42. I mean, you could fucking see it, right? Don't be seducing with that good morning voice right off the bat today. I'm sorry. Um, the 9th is Columbus Day. It's 42.36. It's kind of call interest kind of peaks around 42.50. 42.45 isn't very impressive yet. I'm probably going to hold this range below the bigger piles of Vega risk until the data comes out in a few minutes. So I think we've got S&P Global Composite and Services PMI at 9:45, so 14 minutes. And then we have ISM Services at 10 a.m. Then later this afternoon, Lagarde's going to be speaking on the behalf of the ECB. That's going to be around noon, though. Let's see if dollar's recovering a little bit and bond buying is slowing down. Good morning, everyone. Is there an incentive to remove XRT from Reg Show? Not really. No. We also have weird phone alerts at 2:20. Oh, okay. I don't know if that matters a lot. Really not sure how much longer this is gonna last. Like, so futures is bouncing here at market open and retesting the like 42.77 level, but I can't say I'm particularly impressed. That definitely doesn't look fucking bullish. Um, we'll see though. I mean, this is a if they get back to back good data before Friday, this is a good opportunity to try to de-risk 42.50 and whatever they can of 42.75. What the hell? I was promised more downs. LOL, JK. Apple downgraded. Market crash incoming. Interesting. Is it having any effect? I mean, they were downgraded by KeyBank. I'm not sure anyone gives a shit. Phone alert recalls a certain number of people to crash who are driving. I don't know how many, but I bet it's not zero. Why would they? Why? Does your phone making noises make you crash your car often? My TMF position is up 2. Okay. Expectations from the data? I don't really have any expectations for PMI. It's expected that the services sector is going to soften broadly, but I think the employment and pricing subcomponents of the data set are far more important than the broader services. Is this data going to be as smexy as Jolt's? Probably not. but it can still have some effect. Most of the data today and tomorrow is kind of light, um, which gives the bulls a little opportunity to fight back. Not a ton, because non-farm and unemployment can come in really bad on Friday. Um, but a brief reprieve from nonstop put buying, maybe. However, we'll see, because all of these pumps look fairly weak. And don't forget the MM's still selling the flat tape, so it's exceedingly difficult for anyone to push anywhere to the upside. I made a quick 60% fill in on this pump. Nice, man. Well done. Dang, is Oxy okay? I think oil's down this morning. Yeah, oil's down another 2.73%. It's 45.50. 50 would be about the peak. We don't even really seem to be crossing 45 yet. And there's another put wall at 55. All right. How can you make 60% on an $8 pump? You buy a strike that's $5 out of the money and it goes $3 in the money. Did the JPM collar move up or down? I assume down. It moved down. Yeah. So you think ISM services PMI comes in high and we go down, and if it comes in down, we go up? Softly down. Remember, it can't be down too much. But no, I mean, so if labor and prices have softened in the ISM PMI report, that could be slightly bullish. Obviously, the services sector broadly contracting is very bearish. But expansion means the Fed can do more. So expansion is inflationary. Contraction is bearish for earnings. PMI data is at 10. Before that, we have S&P composite at 9:45, and that's in about 8 minutes. That's correct. Estimated profit. It's 4,500, 40.50, 34.10. Maybe this is the time for bulls to shine. Well, they got a few minutes. It doesn't seem like they're wasting any of them. Although volatility is still quite high. Let's see how that's going. All right, the vol buyers have slowed down a bit. So have the bond buyers. Dixie's turning around. There's a 5 minute here. Yeah, so Dixie's starting to turn around. USD JPY is just under 149. NQ's up already 80 basis points this morning. So the pump is still like largely tech focused right now. Oh shit, what was that at? Fucking... There, that's good enough. Pretty sure JPM collar is short. 40% correction. That'd be cool. If we hit 3410 on SPX, would you be the richest man in the universe? I highly doubt it. But I would make a lot of money. Honestly, what could be gleaned from your streams is crazy, Girk. I'm excited for 3 years from now when I might actually have disposable income. I hope so, man. Go ahead, Bulls. I have tons of theta. Rings hands menacingly. I have calls that I need to close. Oh shit. Actually. Where do I want to close those? 40? It's gonna fucking sell off before I can set stops, isn't it? Yeah. You enter a cap position yet? No. Although I probably should. I'm gonna give it a second and see if Dow moves here. Maybe I'll just set a limit. It's not very expensive. Much rather enter nearer to 68. We got 3 minutes. All right. Once you become a billionaire, will you fight Elon? No, because it's stupid. Is there any reason CPI and PPI are swapped in the order we get the info this time? It's odd. It happens every once in a while. The whole market was oversold. The relief bounce is due, and bears will clean up with this pump. I kind of agree. Although I'm not even sure they're going to get any relief from this bounce. The S chart looks like a spooky head and shoulders for Halloween. What's up, Criminal Blues? Glad to see you're still doing it day in, day out. Inspirational. Thanks, man. I saw a bunch of people screeching on Twitter last night about how it's impossible that B of A is in trouble because of their tight lending standards, which make me even more confident that it's B of A. But they have the tightest lending standards. They really don't, but they do have tighter lending standards. The bond buyers go long vol. What are they buying? Just puts or VIX calls? Puts. They're buying VIX futures, like long VIX futures, but they're also buying puts. So pumpers are getting squeezed from all angles. I don't really know how many pumpers there are left at this point. Their positions are pretty underwater. It stopped at a QQQ call side on the straddle for 120%. Nice. Now we just need to dump for the 354 to print. We'll see. QQQ can be a lot more resilient than SPX, depending on how hard they're buying into tech. So pumpies until 9:59, then down after 10. We don't know what the data is going to be. It could be pumpies till 9:59 and then more pumpies after 9:59. BTU puts almost in the money. No. S&P. Let's see what we got. We got global composite up 0.1, flat on month over month, and then up 0.1 from the forecast, and then global services down 0.4 from last month, 0.1. So global services missed. Global composite beat. Not super bullish, not really super bearish either, but and I'm fucking ADP is gonna get revised up anyway. It's not PPI, it's PMI. Do you think VXX calls would be a better tool than VIX since it's overpriced? They're probably both overpriced. Index Vega is probably the best vol exposure money can buy still. We're still long GME, right? I mean, I am. I don't know if you are. Oh, okay. Yeah, I still have my call. I still have my shares, and I have some covered calls out. I don't have any like options positions on it right now, but I might pick some up. Did you enter your Airbnb and cat yet? Yep. Actually, no. I haven't entered my Airbnb. I did not get a fill. What the fuck? Hold on. Why isn't that giving me a... The pricing's correct. That's weird. I just didn't fill my buy order. Well, whatever. I guess I get a slightly better entry now. Trigger on 130. Okay. SRF's taking a bit of a dive. Is this into your PT yet? I don't... No? My holding period's like 5 years. Well, 3 to 5. Do you have an upside Tesla hedge? Nah. I slept in, but goodies are here. Nice, man. Thanks. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I don't. I got stopped out of my calls from my straddle. So I don't have a lot of other I have some dead call legs at 42.80. Those might go in the money, but I doubt it. Anyone else's fidelity not working for trading? Positions are showing that I'm getting a 504 gateway errors on trades. Interesting. Speaking of, we got 9 minutes till services PMI. Yeah, fidelity seems kind of fucked up. Do I not have Active Trader Pro on my computer anymore? Nice. Order reference not found. Fucky things going on with the clearinghouses again. We had some weird shit yesterday too. I tested fidelity. I'm proud owner of a 40C for Friday. It works. ATP works just as well, even if you don't even have it installed. Yeah, that's true. To be honest, I'm just kind of done with anything that isn't intraday scalps. You're right that I need to get more aggressive, so I'm allocating all my capital to that strat. Wish me luck. Fuck. All right, Dork. Well, I'm not gonna wish you luck because I only do that to people I don't like. Um, you know what you need to do. You know how to manage your risk. You got this. If Popcorn Trader can make money, I don't see how you can't. Out of the money call interest is starting to fall off. They're buying calls here at the bottom of the gap, but I'm not sure it's working out for them. I'm trying to keep a handle on vol, but gross. Hmm. Fucking Christ. Your WeBull says, oh, it wasn't updating because I was looking at my other charts. No one cares about that. Uh, hmm. Charts appear to be missing the last 4 to 5 candles. WeBull says, okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Hey, Gurk, 26C spike to 0.15 this morning. Why doesn't Robinhood price my options accordingly? Is that legal? I don't fucking know, man. Why are you using Robinhood? Gork, Meta downgraded by JPM. Is it all over? If it breaks 300, we're crashing for sure. I mean, the current credit conditions, you can expect broader tech downgrades. It's going to keep happening. Dirk, I saved a woman with a flat tire on a bike path yesterday. I rolled up my sleeves and followed the grocery store playbook. She's the CEO of some company and offered me a job. See? I told you, Potato Tom. All right. ISM data. Let's see. Services missed. Well, landed on the consensus, but contracting. Factory orders are up. Services employment is down. Factory orders X transportation is up. ISM business activity is up. Services new orders are way down. Services prices are up. So inflationary with a little bit less job creation. Probably doesn't mean a whole fucking lot, but it's not super bullish. The sector or services sectors are contracting, so that's not a good thing, right? How do I join Dillionaires on the Discord? Did you become a Dillionaire? If you're a Dillionaire on the YouTube, then you join the Discord and you link your YouTube account to the Discord. Boom, Dillionaire on Discord. You're supposed to get laid, not do more work for her. Well, he can work on the latter half of that. The point is he's in, right? There goes the gap fill. Vol up. $42.25. Then maybe $42.10. And the next two downside targets. Vic shot back up. Yields are turning more positive. Dixie's moving back up towards 107. I guess the Bulls didn't like the data. You have a PT for the day? I don't know. If we break 4,200, shit gets crazy. But right now, I still expect some defense of 4,200. Maybe that's misplaced. I put a range for SPX in the daily DD. Am I like not fucking putting that on the right candle? I'm really not. Huh. Okay, well, there. It was on the wrong candle, but that's kind of my expected range. If we fail the long-term trend, shit could get really ugly, though. Hmm. Interesting. Any more data drops today? Lagarde is speaking at noon. We have some we have Goolsby speaking at 10:30, Bowman at 11:25, and Lagarde at noon. So those are probably the most important things, but I don't think any of them are going to be super impactful. All right. Can I shrink this? Put it over on this window. Oh, nice. Huh. Oh. Fucking shit. There we go. Jesus Christ. I haven't used fucking Active Trader in 4 years, and it's the same. They haven't changed a goddamn thing. Volatile flat day, looks like it. There's a shitload of put interest at 4,200. That might not end up being true. We'll see how vol performs. If we fall below 42.22 and stay below 42.20, there's a good chance that we could fail 4,200. New GME lows. This is just great. Yeah. Yeah, it's got some new lows. Hmm. For 4079, 1020. Do you think the market's gonna go to 4080 by 1020? Manufacturing and factory orders are beating expectations, and the market sees that as bearish. They don't know basic economics. Increases in supply reduces inflation when inflation is supply chain driven. Inflation isn't supply chain driven. There's no issue with the supply chain. There hasn't been any issues with the supply chains that weren't politically created since like mid 2022. Can you please talk about GME? I'm thinking of buying leaps on it if it drops to 1175. Okay. You think RC is going to do something besides batten down the hatches in the next year? It'll probably, I mean, it'll probably run. Right now it's got a lot of short interest on it, like synthetic shorting, so it'll probably run at some point. I don't know if it's probably just gonna move to a lower high, but Meta laying off metaverse team members, bullish. Anybody having trouble with positions, loading, and fidelity? I have to close my straddles on my phone. I'm not having any problems with ATP, but I was having some problems with the desktop app. Yeah, IBKR is generally a lot more stable. What do you think Japan does when they spend a few billion to stabilize their currency, only to watch it evaporate in less than 24 hours? Well, we don't know how much they spent, right? Because they had no comment. ATP's been delaying showing positions. Are they pushing here or just repositioning? Might be just be some profit taking after the data came out. Let's see. Call delta seems to be falling off. There's not a shitload of put interest below 25 yet. There's a decent amount at 42.10, but 20 and 15 could do with filling out a bit more. And then we'll see if more interest comes back in at 4200. 4200 still has a lot of interest, but nothing like what it had last night. At what price point does this turn bullish for me? Oh, above like 42.45. Really above 42.50. 42.50 sold calls? kind of missed the boat on that one, don't you think? Greg, it finally happened. After 3 years, my GME shares got. I didn't think they'd actually hit my stop. I'm free. Thanks for all the GME fun, but fuck that stock. All my homies hate it. I hear you. Unfortunately, my stop is way lower. What happens when Japan 10-year hits 1%? It broke 80. Well, that's kind of a problem for them. And they probably have to come in and buy their bonds in order to maintain yield curve control. Well, that's exactly what they do. That's what yield curve control is. Why are people selling their GME at the lows? I don't know. I actually don't have an answer for that. This is when the market encourages people to sell, right? This is when people sell the bottom. Do we have a commemorative song for selling GME now? Depreciation of foreign currencies have a major impact on boosting the US stock market. And if so, do you think that the Fed makes an effort to get other countries to buy back bonds? I would say that the Fed's interest rate policy, like their monetary policy, they're definitely paying attention to dollar value. That's why we're not only ahead of everybody, but we're constantly staying ahead. There have been a few times where JPOW's simply raised rates because the dollar, like it seemed like the only reason was the dollar was dropping. There were about 2.25 increases this year that could have just been pauses. This looks like a bit of de-risking. It may be. There's a little bit of Vega risk at 42.25. Not a lot, but a little. Yeah, actually, I'm still long EXR. How's it doing today? I don't really watch it very often, but it's getting beat up again. Hmm. Well, I don't have another buy order until 105, so I'm not super worried about it. I've got GME 1550 put 10-6 expiration. Take assignment or close the put position for a loss. Is it a sold put? That's up to you. I don't know how much premium you got. Is it worth it? Oil stocks are beat down. Oil's been pulling back for a few days. It's getting hammered pretty hard today. Cyclically, this is like a low point, so it's not unexpected. Although Saudis and Russia, like under 85, are probably going to further extend their supply restrictions. So yeah, keep that in mind. But a good play to be picking up some long positions as we approach 45 and ramp up as we cross. It's up to you. It just depends on the amount of risk you want to take. JFresh is mad at the market again. Why? Their little breakout game failed. He should be super happy. Did he go long? Are you positioning to suggest a market bounce? No. I think this looks awful. I don't know if it's going to be grind down awful or drop really fast awful yet, but it looks like shit. Like a big steaming pile of bear shit. He's mad at the meme 7 specifically. What's the meme 7 doing that he's mad at? They're trying their little hearts out. Well, not Apple. But look at Amazon go. And Nvidia's green, Microsoft's up. Meta's slowly losing its stablecoin status. It's not like they're trying. They're not trying. You hear about New York City students sentenced to 1 year in prison for touch an airport security guard's arm? It was a 6-hour layover turned into prison, and now it's a 1 year layover. They'll probably let him out in like 15 days. But I have a feeling it's probably not an airport security guard, but a police officer, because that's what they have at airports, and touching a police officer without their consent would be assaulting an officer. No touching. It was in another country? That's even stupider. That is the reference I was making, Evans. Oh, shit. If SPX touches 4,200 today, I will come to New York City and kiss you on your cheeks. You decide which cheeks. Listen, Dwayne. You just need to rejoin the pigeon whales. That's the only requirement. You don't have to come here and kiss me on my butt cheeks. And I would definitely choose butt. Is it in? It was in Dubai. She grazed her arm while they were searching her medical device that was attached to her. Well, this is. Uh, yeah, yeah. Is there video footage of this incident on TikTok? Yeah, just don't go to Dubai. That's the yeah, that's the real lesson. My 4210p 0DT is gonna print so I can obtain more of the one true stock top. Ew. Dubai's like Vegas without alcohol. That's pretty accurate. SPX 4000 or Meta 295. I don't know. I have like Meta short positions, but I have a lot of theta on them. Why does SPX keep bouncing when I'm about to place my order? It's trying to give you a better price, man. Do you have updated price targets for Tesla versus Pickles Picks a week ago? Not really. Although I'm not particularly happy about it being above 250. Maybe I don't care that. I don't care that much. It's like Vegas without alcohol, gambling, or escorts. It definitely has one of those three things. Yeah, I answered Airbnb. Any change in OI? Just put accumulation. Mostly at 4210, but a little bit at 4215. The bulls have disappeared from the options chain once again. Dubai has all of those things. You just have to know where to find them. Well, it has alcohol at resorts, right? And some of the hotels will have it for certain guests that aren't from Dubai. How low can DVN go? I don't know. Let me look. I have a chart. No, I have a low buy-in price of 42.86. It's getting close to that. What's the correlation with VIX dropping as futures rise? Observational bias? Or just people going short VIX or short vol and long futures? Gork, my body's ready for 4130. Nice. Probably a little early for that, but Gork, I love you. Have a good day. I hope we break 4,000. That's very far away. Did that guy get arrested in Dubai for having poppy seeds from a bread roll in his pocket? I will never give Dubai my money. Not that I have any, of course. Nice. I hope we break 4,200. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. Retesting 4263 here. Interesting. How does anyone look at the daily or weekly SPX chart and go, yeah, just a small sell off? I don't think anyone's doing that. Tesla can drop pretty hard from this range now. I feel like Call's just trying to get out after all the bad news with deliveries. A lot of it's just sold calls, like short dated sold calls getting pulled back on the overnight dumps. Or overnight pumps. It's both, actually. How's the options positioning? I mean, it's bearish. It hasn't changed much. It's really not a lot of call buying going on here, so I'm going to assume that possibly a little put selling. Maybe a little put profit taking at the 4220 test. But not a big increase in call buying at all. There's resistance at 25 and 35 to the upside. Hmm. I'm definitely doing some pumpies. I don't really see any calls coming in this. This is just puts taking profit. Hmm. 35, 40. Those are just kind of unchanged. Hmm. A few more calls coming in at 40, 35 and 40. 50 is about the same. Resistance at 35 on the put side. If we break 35, yeah, the put walls get a little weaker above 35. But they're quite strong at 50. So a retest of 50 might just lead to more de-risking. But it could lead to more pumping. It was a pretty concentrated attempt at a reversal, I think. It still doesn't look particularly bullish, but volume's starting to fall off here. If we can break 35, yeah. Interesting. Tesla, all gas, no brakes. Ugh, up to the higher resistance right now. Although that kind of tops out the head and shoulders there on the daily. Guess it's got a couple more dollars. Ooh, that'd be cool. Failed to break 35. They didn't really short VIX hard enough to get a lot of puts to pile on. We'll probably get some puts. But, well, we'll get more puts at 25. Tesla puts? I already have some. 45, 40. Hmm. I think the calls at 50, 60, and 65 are sold. So their upside target here looks to be 42, like 42.40 for the bounce. They're still a little short. Oh, there they go. We're getting it. Two, 45, 50. And then put interest at 35 is picking up. This is going to be an interesting day. What do your pickle eyes see? I'm just seeing if they're getting enough to get any, like enough leverage to get any kind of continuation. But it doesn't look particularly great for them yet. QQQ is already up 85 BPS. I don't see them mounting a further bounce from this position, to be honest. I think maybe just some more de-risking on the back of the put capitulation on the test of 42.20. There's some in the money puts sold off in there. They took advantage of it, but if they short VIX much harder, they're just gonna cause more put accumulation, right? Yeah, I entered cat. Can you tell if HE is getting actively shorted? I mean, I could if I cared enough to look. Although the R1K, which is what HE is in, is not overperforming. R2K is down like almost 100 BPS today. Hmm. Hmm. We're just gonna see de-risking distribute out, or are we gonna see more pumping? 10:45 right now. I don't think we have a Fed speech for a while, right? Who the fuck was Schmid? What did Schmid say? Anybody know? Lagarde at noon is gonna lay the smackdown. It's gonna be rough for Vol and Bonds if she says that if she indicates that ECB is done tightening. It was just 15 minutes of him reading his resume out loud, then begging for banks to hire him for speaking arrangements. Economic clubs. MTB dork. Economic clubs. Does tough mean bad like they go down? You guys are the most skittish fucking bears I've ever seen in my life. No wonder the fucking market can't just drop. Fucking bulls don't even have any calls on the chain past today. And people are like, it's so scary, the pumps. Meanwhile, the market maker's like selling billions of dollars of delta for every fucking $1 drop in price. Institutional bulls are selling as many fucking out of the money calls as they feasibly can. Or bears. And everyone's trying to dump their bags on the Mag 7 above their cost basis. Reports were defiled numerous times. Yeah, but most of that was just because, like, you guys refused to buy calls, right? Like, at least 60% of that was nobody wanted to buy calls overnight. They're like, I don't want to buy calls. I don't want to get bull stands on my beautiful bearskin landscape. They chose gamers. No, I still buy calls. I bought calls last night, and then we fucking bounced 100 BPS this morning. I sold them. It was awesome. The more volatile the shit gets, the more important it is to have an upside hedge. What are you guys gonna do if volatility really picks up and we have like 400 basis point bounces? Thanks, popcorn. Lose money. Yeah, probably. Quit my day job. Buy calls at the top. That's probably the most accurate one. Shadow me. I can't even trade on this account for 2 more days. I just bought a bunch of long dated put shit, and that's all I have. I can't open any new positions till Friday. I hope JFresh got out of his calls. He had to have known that wasn't gonna work, right? Why is he bullish? What the fuck is going on? What are you guys saying to him? Yeah, nice. All right, Gork, I made $20 today. Time to quit my day job. Well, that's $20 more than you had this morning, Dork. Gurk, I saved my port, followed shortly by, oh, Gurk, I blew up my port. Yeah, yeah. Oh, God, bear FOMO is going to be disgusting. Hey, Gurk, I just bought a $7,000 zero DTE, and I was wondering, do you think the market's going to go down right now? It keeps moving further and further out of the money. It was also 10% out of the money when I bought it. Uh, was that drop de-risking? Yeah, I think so. That's what I said. I said they're going to try to test 4240 and de-risk. I feel like no one listens to the words coming out of my mouth. Maybe I'm not saying them. Am I gaslighting myself? Who made 100K yesterday? I came close. Although not realized. Quick name? Quick name made 100K yesterday. They're all six figures. Might have been more than 100K. Why would you watch the stream on mute? That's the only content. You just look at charts and me. Kirk, I like the stream, but it's getting weird now that you don't speak anymore. Rugged handsome. Thank you, Barodactyl. Do you have a PT for cat? Yeah, it's on the chart from last night. It's the green line. There's two PTs. There's a orange and a green line. I color coded them because I know you can't read. Now the stream only has a few seconds delay. I don't think it's 30. Jimmy's getting pounded harder than Carl's wife. Wasn't very classy, Bob. She's a hell of a woman. Like my podcast on mute. Tell me I'm wrong. Probably not. If I can't watch the stream with volume, I just stare at the framed picture of Gork that I keep on my desk. It makes me feel safe. Want me to tell you how I made $20? It's gonna make you really upset. Did you buy a call at the bottom and then immediately get stopped out? I had a 4275C that lost 30 bucks and a 4180P that was up about 50% at the bottom. The bounce started, so I bought another at cost basis, held through the bounce, sold both of them at the bottom. Doric, why are you buying so far out of the money? Even if you're just going to try to scalp Gamma, scalp it closer to the money. That's too far. The fucking contracts are so volatile there. So I can make more. You don't need to make more than one trade. If you just need one good trade, and then tomorrow you can make two trades. You remember those puts I bought earlier? that I showed you. I'm still just holding them. Because yeah, well, because as the market, so the market maker is gonna hedge down the risk on the contract as soon as the gamma starts picking up on it, and so your peak is gonna last for like 3 ticks, and then it's gone, right? Okay, so now you're up to $35. So the moment the market moves in the other direction 1 penny, your contract drops 20%. I know. Like if you can't do it on SPX, you can do it on SPY, right? Fuck SPY. But you can do like 1 DTE at the money on SPY, right? And then sell when you're in the money. Stop fucking around with awful scalps, like awful gamma scalps. At least scalp fucking Vega or something if you're gonna do that. Like buy like a fucking Jan, like a Jan 3400 when fucking IV taps or VIX taps 19 and starts to bounce. Although good luck finding someone to buy the contract back. What's got like a 2 or 3x multiplier that's cheap? There's got to be something. Hmm. You get like the October 20 SPX like 3900, 3950 is 1.18, 1.19. So 1% increase in vol. Hmm. 1% increase in volatility is like $50. That's not too bad. No, never mind. It just sucks. Tomorrow, 4150s. Nope, those suck even more. I'm ready for that little orange line to be above the price, not below. I can put a hole in it. Oh, I already did. My client just got a 24 penalty from OSHA. Bullish? Not for them. If I were an MM, I'd be making the IV smile turn into the IVL. Tesla dump like diarrhea. I don't know. Maybe later today. Let's see when they decide to give up on tech. It's not negative yet. Probably if yields turn positive. They're getting close. Dollars are almost back above 107. What's up, Wyatt? Verizon phone service is down for anyone else? No, I don't think so. I just got a notification on my phone. Although I might be hooked up to my Wi-Fi. If we feed Tesla bad Chipotle burrito, will Tesla violently expunge from all orifices? What? Another mediocre attempt to pump. Ooh, they're starting to sell off their 35s and 40s on the call side. And put interest is picking up quite a lot. 2015 and 10 have all picked up pretty significantly, as has 25. I don't think they're going to squeeze anybody out here. Ooh. If we reject off this, we might break 4220. Seems like there's more buying pressure today. There's a bit more defense today than there was yesterday. RSP had a 770k volume candle at 1050 to stop the drop. What's on HBM around here? I don't know. What's it cost right now? Commodities got smacked pretty hard the last few days of the market dropping. Could be an okay price. Although now that it's slipped my buy range, I'd be targeting like I'm more inclined to target like $4 or 350. Oh. Bunch of buying to stop the breakdown. Resistance. Volume starting to fall off. I made another $10 to the upside with my remaining $90 of settled cash. Hmm. More de-risking? Possibly. I don't know if they'll get it high enough to de-risk. I think they're trying to squeeze out some of the puts that built up here, but it doesn't look like they're having a ton of success. Yep. Well, they stopped buying calls again. So they bought the 20, the 25, and the 30. Are they de-risking 4,200? Maybe. Hard to say. Hold on. Not substantially, no. They are de-risking 4,300 a little bit. Maybe they de-risked a little 4,250 earlier. There's still a little more range on this, but volume's still dropping. That's a weird fucking bounce. Sellers under 42.55, maybe? Yeah, there definitely are, actually. Are we going up today? I don't think so. We had Tesla bear spreads open for October. Would you buy an upside hedge based on today's 4% pop, or wait to see if it pulls back? I don't know, probably not. How far in October? Like we're in October, so like OPEX? Are trailing subs good for scalping? SPX0GT, they're fine. Yeah. 1013, 1020. Mm, you could. I don't know how much more range Tesla has at this point. It's already like up against resistance. I guess it could still have like another $4 or so. It seems like it's going up based on Ford Motor missing on their EV deliveries. Hmm. All right. I'm annoyed at how strong and resilient Meta's been. I laid out several reasons why it likely would be a few days ago. Can you explain how it's profitable for them to de-risk the 4250s by pumping it? Surely the de-risk would cause larger downs, or is it because they're de-risking longer dated options with zero DTE? It's because they're de-risking longer dated Vega exposure with zero DTEs. Can they keep us above 4220 all day? They sure as hell are incentivized to try. Tesla has a fever dream of positive PR with the new low-priced Model Y. 36K after tax credit. Yeah, they don't make any money off the cars they sell, but they're a car company. I know. Cybertruck's ugly as fuck. Ooh. Interesting. Hmm. A little bump in the 4440 call. Tell me it's a double top and drop. We'll see. I can keep buying calls here. Should I pick up some calls? A little early. I think I'll wait till 45. Price is still too low for them to de-risk anything, though. VIX at 1915. It's higher than it was earlier at the same price. Short straddle? Uh, oh. I think we could see 42.65. Maybe if they can squeeze out the, you're gonna assume that they're gonna squeeze out the sold calls at 50, 60, 50, 60, and 65, but that's gonna be tough. Also, call delta's falling off, so this probably leads to just more de-risking here. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna squeeze out the short calls. At least I don't think they are right now. Well, this whole thing is driven by like tech pumpies. Can you tell me the VIX price? That's at 1917. If the screen's blurry, increase your resolution in the YouTube app. The bounce is not just rude, but very rude. It is what it is. Losing 42.22 is a really big deal, so expect them to defend their shit. Oof, that rejected kind of hard. I know. My bull thesis is dwindling if this breaks 42.35. 42.30 is more important, but I'm not sure there's a bull thesis there anyway. Like the MM's buying, they're buying delta and gamma on upside moves because it's net negative gamma. But the charm sell off means that those buys are reduced. And then they're selling everything on the downside. YouTube mobile lets you pinch to zoom, never blurry. I think I broadcast in like 2K, so it should be pretty good. Give me 1 second. I got a phone call. Bounce let me pick up another 10-13 put. Nice. For ADP gang, makes ghosting more exciting. That's a resistance. That's losing a bit of momentum. 44, 42, 30, 44, 40 chop for a bit, maybe. We breaking here? I think we could chop here for a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how much de-risking goes on. I think if the bulls don't think they can get 45 to 50, they'll just start to de-risk from this level. But if they still think they have a shot at 45 or 50, they'll try to get that instead. And there's like a little bit of upside range that we could still fill into like a triple top on futures. So they may not give up just yet. But they're definitely running into some resistance. Put buying starting to pick up again because VIX is getting cheap. So there, I would say the strongest chance right now is that we chop somewhere between like give me a second. Let me go out to the 5-minute. So chop between like here and I don't know if they can afford to lose 35. Well, yeah, there and there for a little while. Then if we fail the lower trend, probably retest 42.20. Could slip lower depending on momentum. If we break through the upside, I would expect maybe a peak at 55. I don't know if the short calls will get squeezed out. Thoughts on EXR? It's getting hammered, but most REITs are right now. I have another buy order a little lower, 105. If it keeps dropping at the current rate, I might move that down to 100. But as far as like their business and stuff goes, heading into potential recession, I'm not worried about that at all. I'm just waiting for Tesla to have a 5% down day. I mean, it could drop 5% before the end of today. Is it reasonable to assume that your conclusions will apply to QQQ as well? Generally, yes. Right now, no. QQQ is more resilient right now because people are pretty actively buying the dip and like big tech. It's seen as a defensive, even though it isn't. Um, so yeah, QQQ's been outperforming a bit. When it catches up, I expect it'll catch up very very rapidly. But for now, a little bit of outperformance. Are you still feeling like we moved to 130 ish? I mean, I still think the only data that's probably strong enough to break 4200 in any significant way is gonna be Friday. And then yeah, if we saw that data Friday and it comes in terribly, we could still see 4130 ish. But aside from that, no, I don't think so. I mean it's pretty hard for us to break 4200, and they're defending it today. So we almost broke it in the pre-market. If we did break it today, then it could get really ugly. What's with ES 4275? Yeah, it's just a historic resistance. There's bullish RSI divergence on all time frames for GME. It feels like a run is imminent. I don't know about imminent, but maybe in the next couple of weeks. I mean, I already said earlier that I think GME is going to turn around. I don't think RSI is a good indicator of that. RSI is bullish on all time frames simply because GME dropped really hard. Another failure here. Maybe. It's starting to look like it's going to fail. Oh, sorry. This is still on the 5 minute. There you go. Pull flag. I mean, I guess if they buy the dip. Although I think they're running out of leverage to do that. Tesla ascending wedge about to break. I'd be more concerned with QQQ. Here comes the dip buying. Let's see if it fails. Hmm. I guess I'll play the intraday trading as well. I don't particularly like intraday trading either one of them. But yeah, QQQ I think would still be better. It's got more volatility generally. That's a fucking weak breakout. Is this just gonna... This might just start distributing out, Dork. That was weird. The fuck was that? Fucking Windows update. Did I disconnect from voice? No, alright. Rug? I mean, it's not really a rug. It's just that if they let me try to explain the current like structure as best I can. So if if we're moving up and buying at any point ceases, the MM begins to sell, right? The MM is selling the flat tape, right? CTAs are also selling the flat tape, but we don't need to get into that. The MM is selling the flat tape, which means if buying stops even for a second, the MM starts selling. And now we're net negative gamma and we're net negative delta as well, across the entirety of the chain. So once the MM starts selling, the MM has to sell more, and then more, and then more, and more, and more. So these pumps they're really hard to maintain because the buying cannot stop. It has to be constant, and it has to outweigh the MM's need to sell on the flat tape. And this presents a particular problem for anybody who wants to pump SPX, right? Because sure, if you can get momentum moving up, the market maker is buying gamma and they're buying delta, right? But the second you stop, it's going to get rejected. It's not necessarily infinite downs. I mean, call buyers are still going to come in and defend, and put buyers are going to defend, right? But there's a constant bleed of negative delta coming from the MM. And the more we drop, the more that accelerates. And in order to affect any upside price action, you need to buy in an order of magnitude greater than the constant sell. No, I don't think Express is going to face problems due to low volume. You have to have like low volume for like a year to get delisted. More chop here, or are they about to fail? It looks like it's starting to distribute down. Constant bleed. Haven't you guys ever played a video game where there's like bleeding damage? Think of it that way. Ooh. Just teal through it. That's what they just did. Any news? I don't think so. Lagarde's speech is in like 12 minutes. That's the intraday high. There's a fat chunk of volume on that. Is that going to be it? Bleeding, bleeding, bleeding. I'm gonna close my call here. Hmm. Anything change on the options chain? Some 60-65 buying. Other than that, no. 1059. So 1059. Okay. VIX has been on a steady grind down since 0330. Relatively certain they're just trying to save positions with these pumps. Yeah, I agree. But which positions? 4500C rescue mission? More like 4050 rescue mission. Maybe 75, although that still seems a long way off. Let's see, where did we open today? SPX opened 4234. Pretty heavily skewed to the upside. So 4250 is the most likely rejection point. And if we were to break above 4250, I buy a call. More above 4250 than this. See if they pump again. Uh, 4245, 4250 is risky, yeah. I don't know how much credit it is. It's offset by that, but 5 wide. On the higher end of that, it wouldn't be so bad. But at 50% risk, that's not really worth it. If they stabilize above 4250 here and it doesn't break back down and there's no de-risking, they'll probably try to ladder it up again because above 4250 their Vega risk is reduced. Pump before the speech. It's possible, yeah. I think bonds are at their lowest point for today right now. Almost their lowest point for today. They were a little lower this morning. USD JPY 148.85. Next upside resistance on futures is 42.95, which is, what is that, like 42.60? Roughly 42.60. Did you buy calls? Not yet. Yeah, it stopped out of some here. Fuck, really? It stopped out of some here. Probably wait till 55 to buy more. Although, frankly, I'm more interested in selling calls at this point than I am buying them. I'm just not sure where yet. Okay, 55, and then we have sold calls at 60. A little more call buying at 42.70, 60, and 65. Fucking huge spike in Delta over the last few minutes. Yep. So it's just put de-risking. So puts, well, puts getting closed. Long puts. Alright. Yeah, I mean, that still looks like 60 and 70 could... Well, 60 could still hit, right? Maybe I'll sell bear calls at 60. If we don't hit 60, I'll sell bear calls on the way down, but... Long puts, I mean bot puts closing. Most of the upside of this pump isn't call delta. It's like the big fat stacks of out of the money puts getting closed. Oh, especially this last bump right here. Hold on. This like this right here. Pretty much to here. This was all put delta falling off. But now it may just reaccumulate. Why would out of the money puts close if we're trending down long term? Short dated ones. Hit max risk. Most like big institutional put positions have a risk limit, right? They're not just sitting there going, I guess we could wait for it to move up a little higher. They're gonna have like a fixed stop. Too soon to play downside? Maybe a little too soon. Under 40, but I wouldn't get anything yet. Under 40, if we start to see like we're starting to see a little bit of profit taking on the call side. Like 42, 20, 25, 30, 35 are taking some profits, which is leaving like 40 as the last line of downside resistance. Puts still outnumber calls to the downside, but they are a bit weaker. So yeah, I would say if we lose 4240, then it's probably worth playing the downside. Lagarde speaking now? I believe so, yeah. I wonder if Bowman said anything. Bowman started speaking like right around here. Yep, right here. I don't know where he was speaking though. Feds Bowman doesn't comment on interest rates and speech text. Bullish. What's up with these pumps? Just trying to get some of their Vega risk off the chain. So if this falls below 4220 today and holds, the amount of selling on the flat tape from the market maker increases by like 600 billion or 600 million. That's a big risk for them, given that they just compounded all of their risk at 4,200, right? Once Bulls de-risk completely, what's their next move? Probably go short. WTI down almost 5%. Yeah, oil's getting slammed today. Or re-risk. Yeah, that's a possibility. Although with higher for longer, I doubt it. And if they do, it'll be in different sectors. It's gonna take some time to dump all the tech bags, though. I love how 2 weeks away and everyone forgets that JPOW isn't changing what he's doing. Tech might make a round trip today. There's still plenty of time. 4,200 OI on the longer dated chain is like the October, November, those the end of October 29 SPXW. Those are almost all sold. It's almost entirely short puts. The zero DTEs this morning were bought. Selling 30 DTE 270 calls free money? No. It definitely carries risk. Bulls losing upward momentum though, but they've lost upward momentum a bunch of times today, and then they just keep buying the dip. So don't automatically assume that they won't just buy the dip again. Confirm the breakdown. No idea why the market doesn't believe him. It's not in their best interest for him to keep doing what he's doing. How do we politely tell the Bulls to go fuck themselves? I don't know. They've already gotten like beaten to death over the last few weeks, right? I don't know if their situation gets any better. Where do you guys think their situation gets better? They need to get the market above 4350 before they've substantially de-risked any of their Vega. The 4250s we're sitting on top of right now, they sold when we were trading at like 4300, 4350. These positions are not up. They also sold them at like VIX 15. The 401k buys coming in the next couple of weeks. Yeah. It's prime. Testing the upside of the longer term trend. If break here, up, and away. Yeah, I think if we break here, I'm going to buy some calls. But for now, I'm still waiting. Fuck. Why did that move? God damn it. Mm. One more push to 55 still? I don't know. I think they should try it. I guess if VIX starts slipping here, though, they're in trouble. We'll see. There could be one more push to 55 in the next, like, 25, 30 minutes. But if they lose control of VIX, it gets back over, like, 1925. I don't think they'll try to pump again. Remember, breakdown of 4240 is where things get bearish. Still more bear call spreads on this, or should I wait? I could sell the 4550 for 50%, or the 4045 for 66%. Yields are rocketing up. They're turning around, yeah. Dollar hasn't started turning around yet, though. Stock market looks intriguing for more vol. Are people sad yet that SPX is maybe trying to do a small relief? People are generally always sad, regardless of the market's direction. Yesterday, the market tanked. Everyone had puts, and they were like, my call hedges. What does Dixie have an effect on them pumping or not? What? Oh, so if Dixie rises, financial conditions tighten, right? Good zero DTE, 4,200 put entry here. Say less, I did it. I didn't say anything. $55 pump. I feel like they try for one more. Yeah, maybe this is it. Although, it might just fail. Just like one last little push to keep VIX off 19. I'm full bull. Good for you. I'm a stock god, is what you're saying? Bullish on puts printing. No, I wasn't saying that, Carl. JFresh bought a put. I just sold some more calls. Cheerfresh bot put probably more pumps. We can hit 55 again still. I just said at the bottom that over the next 30 minutes we can retest 55. Can we just triple top here? My finger's been hanging over this bear call spread for 30 minutes. What about after 55? Yeah. I don't know. I'm really only focused on 55. 60, 65, right? There's a lot of sold calls there. Bunch of gaps on this one. Running out of liquidity. Yeah. Will I be able to buy GME at $5 this next year? Maybe. I don't know. I guess it depends on what Cohen does. If he keeps up with his current narrative path, probably. It can be both a shitty stock and at 52-week lows. I mean, it's being pretty actively shorted, but that doesn't mean that usually things that are shitty get shorted. We're top 4260. Not yet. If we test 4260, then sure. Jimmy will finally become marginable right before it drops under $4 and is no longer marginable. I didn't fill on my 42.55.60. The ever elusive SPX wins again. I filled on my 50.55. Next week, I'm gonna make the PDF of what gamma neutral, vega neutral, and a bunch of other derivative meetings. Interesting. Bull flag on the 1 second chart. Was that it? This could be the start of the breakdown. We'll see how violently it sells off. If we get more downside volume, then it could start to break down. If we don't, we can chop a little bit longer. But things are running out of momentum slowly, but they are. Interesting. Q. I think Q looks like it's got a pretty solid rejection at 14.9. Uh, 252. second. Okay. Oh. Are we going for 4280? Not yet. Pound up. When 4240? I don't know. Like, it could be a little while. I feel like I said like 30 minutes till momentum shifts. That was like 10 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago, maybe. What's the minimum account size to playing SPX using your overnight straddle strategy, trading and hedging intraday? You probably need at least like 15. I'm not actually sure, but you probably need at least like 15,000 to do it on SPX. And that's just like 2 contracts. That sounds harder though. Now I've spilled shit all over the place. Fuck me. All right. Hold on. I didn't poop my fucking pants. I knocked over an energy drink. It's shifting the wrong way. No, it's going in the same direction it was. It just hasn't shifted yet. He only pissed them. Gherk, my puts. Oh, wait, I have theta. Theta's pretty fun. Interesting. Time to DDoS the DTCC. What's that gonna do? No, I'm not buying any calls here. I'm just selling them. You guys lack conviction. It's all the organic, delicious, nutritious Celsius. It's packed with vitamins and nutrients and all. It's not Celsius. It's some other brand. Every time someone talks about how we are pushing up, but we could break down soon, I buy another spread. I'm currently over leveraged 10 to 1. Please stop, guys. Why would you? No, never mind. I find the pickle jar's lack of faith disturbing. Do energy drinks work better than plain old coffee? No, about the same. It's got more caffeine than coffee. Mm. Net gamma. Hmm. Futures almost tested the upside resistance. Hmm. That would be crazy though, right? Because you're not picking up like a lot of extra volatility here. Yeah, a little bit. Should sell more spreads? I shouldn't sell any more spreads. I gotta stop selling fucking spreads. I've sold way too many. Um, Ascending wedge? Yeah. Well, broadening. Well, I guess it's just an uptrend. It's a little different on futures, but this is mostly just like an uptrend, right? There's not a lot of consolidation going on. Did you sell 60 65s? I sold 55 60s and 50 55s. Your conviction is insane for a day that is a relief bounce. Well, it's not really, it hasn't really gone high enough to relieve anything. So it's kind of in limbo, right? It's neither it's not really a relief bounce. Broadly, it doesn't seem to be affecting positioning at all. They haven't really gotten Vega risk under control. It's slightly better, but you know, if we drop $5, it can easily go back to 19. The price action here is pretty illiquid and distributive. Calls are being mostly sold above the current price. So, I mean, those could be squeezed out, but you need a lot of like futures buying or something to get over that hump. And they've been buying futures, but not enough to really drive through this kind of wall of puts and sold calls. Also, I'm not really overexposed anywhere. I mean, I've got about $5,000 in risk out on spreads that I've been selling at and in the money, but that's about it. Honestly, the thing that caught me off guard today is that ES is up like $60 from pre-market lows. That's an insane move for 9 hours. Vol's going up. This shit's only gonna get crazier, right? You gotta understand that. I know we've been living in like a low volatility regime since the end of March, but VIX above 20, this thing's gonna move, you know? 100 BPS moves up and down are not going to be very uncommon. If VIX hits 25 or 30, it's 200 BPS moves. $35.40, you start getting like 4 or 5% days. Sometimes intraday, 4 and 5% moves. They move up like 300%, down 400. Todd? Todd's not doing a great job today. He's trying really hard. Fed versus ECB. Who will cut rates faster? Bank of America. I wonder if B of A are in trouble or something. No one's cutting any fucking rates. ECB, I mean, the ECB just can't really raise them anymore, right? Because they're already pushing, like, Germany's basically already in a recession. Most of the rest of the Eurozone's heading towards one pretty quickly. They're, they're like manufacturing sector has been deflationary for a few months now. Not disinflationary, deflationary. Why are my puts down? Fix it. Wait till we break 42.40. All it is, I'm out of my element on trading. I've only used CC and CSP, which are pretty useless in this environment. I gotta sit down and learn again. Well, the next evolution from CCs and CSPs is spreads, right? Disinflationary means still a positive rate of accrual. but the rate of accrual is slowing. Deflationary means a negative rate of accrual, which is bearish. Like that's very bad. That means your economy is contracting. After extensive DD, I found that Todd keeps VIX under 14, but Charles is in charge of holding it under 20. I can send my 152-page findings. What if you became a DMM for a cheap stock like Fubo and share your book with us? All of us can become rich following your flow. Ew. Share? How much do I charge? Hmm. It's got to be enough to support all the overhead, right? You can't share that exchange data. It's against the rules. VIX looks sleepy compared to SPX. Yeah, I mean, VIX is pretty sleepy unless we fall back under 4250. 4250, 4225 are the Vega risk levels. So between 4250 and 4225, Vega will ramp up. Below 4225, it ramps up even faster into 4200. Atomic already does that, doesn't he? I would prefer if this distribution would fucking hurry up. I want my spreads to decay, but they're still in the money. Dork, I took $5,000 on spread risk in the money. I solved my conviction problem, Gorik. It was super easy. Do you want to know how? Sure. Is that what you DM'd me? You just DM'd me Carl's a big fat bitch. You can charge 80% of the profits. No, I couldn't. You'd have to be customers of a fund that then. Like, you'd have to be investors in a fund that made money off of the order flow of the market maker. Which should just be like scalping myself to feed someone 20%. That doesn't even make sense. Fuck you, low or high. No more of this shit. Put a put a wall up. Make the trend fail, please and thank you. You know what, AJ? At this point, I would just prefer it would go up. Because that means I'm one day closer to you blowing up your port. These low volume puppies on 1 minute are comical. They're annoying. What the fuck? Oh, whatever, that's good enough. Fucking bastard. But it's still lower high. Hold on. There's tussle off too. Oh, who knows? If there are major drops for a couple months, like 08, will we still get volatility on the bottom to scalp theta? Yeah. For a while. I mean, it'll bleed off over time, but... Oh, Jesus Christ, Farmville. This could get bullish real quick. Yeah, it could get really bearish really quick, too. How are futures looking equivalently boring? Volume's kind of dwindling. Same kind of static uptrend. Yeah. It still isn't quite ready to turn around yet. But it may be peaking. Fucking Christ. ES bounced so hard off of the test of 42, like 42.35. This price action's a bit infuriating. Well, I mean, it's still like 12.50. Volume will probably pick up into the latter part of the day, right? It'll get more interesting. Anyone have insight into nat gas? I bought the recent bottom. If Europe's gonna have a cold winter, prices on it could go up. But inventory and supply is both pretty good. So I wouldn't expect it to go up a ton. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea, Darb. What of the week do I need to worry about early assignment on WeBull? I have some weekly Tesla spreads, 250 call. Should I go ahead and roll? Where's your long call? You could roll, but if you're outside of pin risk, do you care? Like if you get assigned, you can just exercise the long call to satisfy the short. I'm gonna be really pissed if we just stay here all day and all my spreads are stay in the money. Fucking buying every goddamn dip. Is that a magical diamond? No, it's just a trend reversal. I mean, that's what a diamond top is, technically. Although, they're usually a little bit better than this. Alright, I think this can fuck off now. Ugh. I guess I still need that one. Look at the price action over the few weeks. They seem to be successful in walking this down without de-risking much. It gets predictable with the bears always repositioning these bounces. Yeah, I agree. But they've compounded risk to the downside, right? So part of them allowing so many strikes to fall into the money without sufficiently de-risking them has left them underwater on several strikes. And then in order to resolve that, they've been rolling those strikes down, and that's compounded risk lower, right? So they're taking on more risk but out of the money in order to roll down their in the money risk. Okay, cool. So that's dead. And now we want to see if the downtrend steepens. All right, I'm gonna grab something to eat real fast. I'll be back in a few minutes. This kind of implies they think they can hold it up here significantly longer. What does? Well, now the trend is steepening. Still looks like we need to breach 42.40 for a more significant move. But that could happen quickly, so keep your eyes peeled. Okay, that looks sufficiently bearish. Yields softening. Dixie's rising up a little bit. 106.7. Did they de-risk a significant chunk during that pump? No. Not, I mean, I'm not seeing a lot. Like 4300's down a little bit. 4250. It does look like they cleared out most of the 4325 and 15s. But that was yesterday too. Those have moved down a little. It looks like most of the de-risking that they've accomplished today has been at 4225. So they don't seem to be too concerned with like the 50s. I guess 4275 is down a little bit, but 4300 still stacked to the tits. So is 4250. So both of those levels are still heavily sold. At some point here, we want to see one of these dip buys fail. This would be a good one. They're going to buy every fucking dip all the way down in order to modulate volatility. It's going to be annoying as shit. How do you suppress VIX? It's easy. You just sell puts 23 to 30 days out. Shitloads of them. I'm like $5 away from being able to open IBKR again. I'm ready for an inverse candle to what we saw at 11:45. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is we're not going to see that. Like the de-risk of the out of the money calls until we fall below 40 4240. And usually here, as things distribute out, like one last big fucking pump before people start bailing on shit. This is usually where they grab the out of the money stuff. But if this fails and keeps breaking down, dope. Could sell a couple more calls, right? I'm sorry, Greek. I can't do it anymore. Baba got me. I'm out of my puts. At least you got near the bottom. Today's like a little lower, right? So that's not Sell calls or puts? I'm thinking about selling some more calls, but I'm only gonna do it if we bounce really hard. Otherwise, I've got enough risk on the table. I've been selling 55, 60, 50, 55s. No. Fuck them by selling 10K futures contracts real quick. That would get absorbed instantly. I think my cat's breaking shit again. Oh, yeah. Sell puts to suppress VIX. You could do it with calls too, technically. Although that's a little more rare. It's gonna be a bit of a grind. No, it's already started like steepening a bit, right? So I think less of a grind the more time passes here. I just popped in to say the MEES 7 completely retraced their losses from yesterday. You can't sell for less than you bought it for, JFresh. That's kind of crazy too, because NQ is only up 100 BPS on the day, and it was down like 180 yesterday. So they just left all the losses in the other fucking 97 stocks. Or well, yeah, only 3 of the Mag 7 are still heavily weighted on NQ, right? Well, I guess they're all still heavily weighted. They're just reduced. Other 93 stocks. Have puts disappeared or increased? They haven't disappeared. I mean, some of the in the money, like the further out of the money shit sold off. When we got that big pump earlier, like they managed to squeeze those off, but and those were mostly like at 40, like 4,200. I would say that like 35 and 25 still look pretty strong. Twenty's okay. So's 10. 45 and 40 are not that strong yet. Although interest at 40 is picking up. Do you have good puts at 25? Yeah, but it's also a Vega like a risk level. So the longer dated puts at that strike are mostly sold, but the shorter dated shit is bought. That's why it's been a resistance, right? It's hard to break through. They're trying to put up to 42.54 to close that gap. We went over 42.54. High was 257. Do you think an SPX failure will drag down Tesla? Maybe. It's Tesla at 257. Probably okay as long as it doesn't break like 57.50 or 60. I mean, it's the S&P failure doesn't matter quite as much as the failure on NQ. NQ has a lot more ground to give up. Like NQ's like range to the downside is like 138 BPS to 187 BPS. And then SPX's range to the downside is like 41 to 68 BPS. So like S&P doesn't have nearly as much range on it as, or potential on it as NQ does. Dude, Tesla's range to the downside. I mean, if Tesla ever fucking actually breaks through 241, like 215. I guess used to say the neckline's like 220. But it needs to fail 41. This is getting close to just being a horizontal. Oh, fuck it. Maybe it just is. See if it ever gets rejected. Oop. Maybe. Dow's doing ouchie downs. Yeah, Dow's getting hammered today. Or well, it was. I think it's a little positive now. Russell was getting hammered too, and that's caught up. RSP's up 17 BPS on the day. So almost all of the pump is tech. It's not like mid or industrials. Which is surprising given that fucking services is contracting, right? Like the data today is counterintuitive to the pump and tech. Do you think oil will continue pulling back over the next couple of weeks? It could. We're gonna start seeing diesel demand rising soon as retail inventories start to bloat. That'll put pressure on oil again. But seasonally, that period doesn't last very long. So we'll see if Russia and Saudi Arabia start making even more cuts as the price per barrel falls. I mean, I think the Ministry of Finance will burn through their cash reserves before the BOJ does anything. I mean, the BOJ will implement YCC if it becomes necessary, right? But it's, I mean, the 10 year is not at 1% yet, so it's not an issue. But the Ministry of Finance, if they take any open market actions, it'll be out of reserves. And then when they run out of reserves, that's when they need to turn to treasuries. And I think at that point, when reserves are depleted and the only option left is treasuries, I think that's when the BOJ would take more decisive action. Good news is bad news. Bad news is good news. I think it's more that like bad news is risk off and risk off is market up. We can start to move a bit more if we break below 42.40, yeah. Can bulls stop buying for 5 minutes? I mean, they kind of have, right? Their buying has slowed enough that the downward momentum is taking hold again. It just hasn't picked up pace. Good news stocks up. Bad news stocks up. No news, believe it or not, also stocks up. Tell that to people who bought the S&P in fucking July and August. They'd love to hear it. Little bag holders. We're thinking downs later or big uppies. I mean, this is starting to break down, but it's slow. Like, we could still pump to like 42.55 before this fully fails. At least one more time. I hope we don't, obviously, but it's still in the cards. They can't stop buying because the MM is selling the flat tape. That's correct. So if they start running out of liquidity, it's going to reverse on them. And they kind of started running out of liquidity here. God damn it. Like here when it started getting all gappy. But remember, during this entire time period, right? And the reason these distributive periods move so slow right now, when we finally do realize some upside, is that during this whole time frame, they can de-risk their out of the money shit. They can roll stuff down, right? And you can kind of tell that they're not pumping harder because VIX isn't rocketing down, right? Like VIX has just kind of been bleeding out very slowly, and then it kind of froze up in this, you know, the 1875 to 19 range. But there wasn't like like this is pumps, right? When they're pumping, they're shorting, they're gonna short vol hard. But this is like repositioning. And some of that repositioning is like not even on the Did that just crash? What the fuck? I fucking hate Epic Pen. Alright, there it goes. No, Epic Pen crashed, not the fucking market. Ooh, is my food ready? 1 second. Oh, look at that. Popcorn Trader's right. I really do deserve a special needs teacher of the year award. Just sit here all day and listen to everyone. It's bull market, Gork. I'm gonna buy 4280 calls. Pumpy pumpies. When's it gonna stop? I think a lot of the pickle jars problems, generally, broadly, would be solved by not buying fucking 30% out of the money zero DTs at fucking market open. Have any of you thought about this? Popcorn Trader is killing it, Moondog. He is the pinnacle of my teaching skill. I've finally dumbed down my charts enough and the narrative that he's making money. So now nobody has an excuse. Well, I'm no longer making money. Did you buy 4280's Popcorn Trader? Well, I had a day of winning. It felt good. This chat is way too committed to the bit of being a degenerate gambler for the lulz. Yeah. It's just funny that when, like, price action reverses 30 BPS, and you find out everyone who's over-levered immediately. I don't even need payment for order flow. I can just look at the chat. What's your feeling when it comes to jobless claims tomorrow? Unemployment could be up, but I think it will have moderated a bit since the last report. So my expectations for unemployment aren't for it to rise dramatically. Although, if it does, that'd be cool. We could use a recession. Like this? Thanks, Gurk. I made 300% on this $10 move. I'm up 7K. Nice, man. We were the indicator all along. Well, it's like, do you guys really think if you ask me 20 times in a day, when's this going to break down, that I, A, don't remember who you are, or B, don't know that you're massively over leveraged on the wrong end of the trade? I shorted tech at 12 after cashing in a few small calls. Your thesis is 100% correct. Thanks, Moondog. What if I over leverage on both sides of the trade? Jesus Christ. Pi-Fi, don't buy puts till 42.40. Pickle jar, I made money on this $10 drop above 42.40. Yep. I want this to fail. I think this bounce failing is pretty important. Yep, yeah, it is. Even with far out of the money puts gone, can we still fail dramatically? Or will it be moderated? I mean, we could still pick up interest at 4,200 as we drop, right? It's not like puts can't be bought back. Discord and chat are getting excited. Their puts are printing. Must mean a bounce is coming. Yeah. Hey, Gork, I'm new here. I just have one simple question. When moon? I don't know if you'd qualify to go to space. Update on my imaginary position. The $4 bounce has wiped me out. I'm down 69,000. Nice, Atomic. Good job, man. I seriously wonder after all this time, like how often are you hitting lotto tickets that you feel like it's okay to keep buying them? Oh, fuck. Like, is it like 1 in 5? 1 in 10? 1 in 20? 1 in 100? Like, at what point do you give up on the dream of, like, the market's gonna drop 500 basis points today? And start thinking, I'll just make money on whatever 30 BPS move happens. Which Michael Jackson song best describes your relationship with Doric? Um, Man in the Mirror or Beat It? How's OI shifting? Hmm, let's see. Increase in puts at 30 and 25. A little bump at 20 too. Yeah, 35 is looking pretty good. Starting to push into the in the money calls, which is neat. I have a smaller port. I'm doing my best with my cash on hand to hedge, but it does limit my ability to scale up. It's supposed to. But averaging 500 a week, nice. That's a very respectable start. All I heard was 500 BPS. Let's fucking go. Congratulations on your first Pickles Picks paper trade, Mikey. Who wins if we trade flat for the next few months? Calls or puts? If they're sold, both of them, right? I know you're sick of us asking, is this a head and shoulders? But on the 15-minute chart, is this a head and shoulders? Yes. Although there may not be a shoulder. Yeah, I guess that's enough. When thinking about a trade, should one start looking at large time frames and then progressively look at shorter time frames for confirmation? Yeah, or you could just zoom out really far on the shorter time frame. Oh my god, no way. Okay, I just asked Doric for two Michael Jackson songs that best describe our relationship, and he said Beat It and Man in the Mirror. That's insane, Gork. Dork. ABC's Jackson 5. That's not a solo piece by Michael Jackson. Since we've been together for over 2 years, I think it's my obligation to let you know I'm getting a boner right now. Is that what you tell your girlfriend before she gets a headache? Buying and then holding SPX 4150 zero DTE into close be too risky? I'm thinking of managing risk and doing 4175, or would I blow up my port again? The disappointment, formerly known as McChuggets. That seems like a terrible idea. How do you know that? Just coincidence. There aren't enough bromances in the modern zeitgeist. I know. Me and Dork should we should go on a bro staycation and mutually brogasm. If this breaks down, are we just gonna bounce at 4220 again? Yeah, probably. We could get momentum. Win bounce at 3220? Never. We're gonna blow right through it to 3215. Woo, US 4 month 5.33. Which fucking yield curve are you looking at? The 3.6? Higher conviction of 4420 or 4450. 4420. It better not fucking close at 4450. I have 30 calls I sold up there. Will Biden forgive my loans if I can prove that I used the money to buy 0 DTEs, thereby providing liquidity to the markets? Maybe you could get Gary Gensler to start a CBOE cash back service where you get 5% of your options losses back. Why are they dropping? The world economy didn't get fixed last night. The Fed's not QEing anything. We had bond buyers come in. It was inevitable, especially when the 30-year was almost at 5%, right? Not everyone's going to try to time the bottom. Lie to me? We're going under 4,200? Probably not. No, I'm not going to perforate this line. This line's too important. This was the bear line I drew earlier. Imagine if you just bought a call here and then bought a put here. Those lines that have been there all day. That'd be crazy, right? Couldn't find your fucking way out of a paper bag with a map and a flashlight. I'd be so rich if I got 5% of my losses back. Capital losses are just an incentive to make capital gains. I feel that was directed at me. It was. That was insensitive to the number of Americans that die in a paper bag every year. It can't be that many, right? "25 children die every year in plastic bags." Praise be to my amazing and sensually sultry husband, Gherkin. I've sent you a very special video for the 5-week countdown to our anniversary. Oh, that's not a fucking thing. Capital losses will offset my Powerball taxes. Win-win. Possible we get Chop here till Friday for real direction? Yeah. Yeah. When Disney buy-in, current value is lowest since March 2020 and 2014 before that. Earnings in a month, expected losses from media division, but park enhancements from D23 encouraging value on their most profitable sector. It will bounce for sure, but line, how do calls look for quarter 2, 1-2, 2024 dates? I hate everything you just said to me. Gaff. Um, fuck Disney. I hope Florida sinks into the ocean. Sorry, Florida people. I'd be okay if it was just the Orlando Kissimmee area, actually. You know, like money then? Cool, cool. What if let me propose something to you, Gaff. What if their financials just get worse? Isn't Florida New York's vacation destination? More like New Jersey. Is that the bull case? Apple will buy Disney? The price will need to drop. Apple better start shorting them now. Which beach in Miami is best? I was planning on going to Miami for a weekend. None of them, it's Miami. I was at Disneyland in SoCal last night. Pace was packed to the brim. It always is. Yeah, New Jersey's a real place. Money markets here locally pay only around 1.75%. It's not so enticing. You can buy US treasuries. You probably have to pay more taxes on them or something, though, but. Are you ever going to come back to live in California? No, probably not. It's overpriced and mediocre. If we moved all the fatties to a little piece of California, do you think it would finally fall off into the ocean? No. Now, if you put them all on a hill and then hose them down, that might collapse. But what if a company that's 2 years away from having their most profitable sector challenged by NBC Universal because of Epic Universe opening? 2024 park announcements have to happen, and when they do, the price will bump. You don't need to like Orlando to make money from it. DeSantis does it every day. Damn you. Hmm. Oh, there's another fake Gherk in the Discord. Somewhere I wrote down my research on Disney and I cannot fucking find it. You don't want to perforate that line, huh? No.
You got him? Nice atomic. I had a fake Gork send a friend request, promptly blocked and ignored. What if it was me? Wellness check on Jackson and Todd. I think they're doing okay. I live in Kissimmee, Gurk. Have you thought about moving? Maximiliano Colmegna? Got him. My work here is done. I'm gonna short it. Just to spite you. How come every time I set a stop, we bounce $10? Is this stop hunting? Could be. Could be your stops are too tight. Our anniversary is absolutely a thing, and the stream card will be glorious. Have I told you yet you're a sexy human being? Because you are, and you need to be told daily. You could do it less than that, and I'd be okay. Guys, Girk told me personally that I'm his only friend on the Discord. Are we friends on the Discord? US emergency alert test in 13 minutes. Your phones will scream. Don't panic. You get them all the time for like when like Amber alerts or whatever, right? Like it's not like people are just gonna be like, "Oh, it's an Amber alert." It's not like fucking Y2K. Not that many Amber alerts in the Midwest. We get like one a year here. You can disable Amber alerts? Really? Oh, I need to figure that out. I mean, it's because I've never seen the offending vehicle, right? So they're wasted on me. What's up, Odorous Dan? Pretty sure that in the New York City area, Amber alerts are just alarm clocks for most of us. It's always like some custody dispute in the Bronx, and like one of the parents has stolen the other, like the child. How frequently are there Amber alerts in New York City? It happens pretty often. Literally always. Yes, we are. I sent you $500 yesterday for your Tinder annual subscription. Whoa, what? Because I'll use it to pay for that. Secret sneaky donations? Where? How did you get it by without it popping up? No, you fucking didn't. It's like I'm paying for Tinder Gold out of pocket again. This is a low blow. Not cool, Dwayne. 2 girls, 1 cup watch party canceled. Amber Alerts also play through headphones. I was once woken up in the middle of the night by a max volume Amber Alert right into my ears. Did you go out like Liam Neeson and find the child? Yeah, I get what he's saying. Sub 4220 is still looking doable today. That's that'd be a bit aggressive. It's possible though. Tinder Gold is expensible through HSA funds as of June. Really? Sub 4235 doable today? Maybe. I like how that looks. Wait. Oh, it's not. Oh, but it could be. Interesting. Are we just in a bear market? That's crazy. Okay, one big pump. Let's do a big pump here. Where are we going to pump to? I don't know. Maybe just 42, 43. Maybe not even that high, but they should try. I want one big pump so the put buyers can crowd in. Will these fucking call buyers give up already? They're like they held their in the money options till they were out of the money. Who does that? Please watch the check video. I want to see your reaction. I don't want to right now. I'm busy. I might watch it later. If you stop ko-fiing me. That was it. That was the pump. That's fucking... If that's the case, that's weak. I'm staying in a hotel for work, and it's my second day. I already ran out of tissue. How should I approach getting a refill? I imagine you just ask housekeeping? Am I the only one that worries about Darth Dan's health with all the chug videos? Yes. They held their in the money options until they were out of the money. Who does that? Pickle jar, nervous sweating. Would more bear call spreads here be advantageous? No, this seems like a bad range to sell them in. Darth Dan is a professional. Vic short. Do we rock it or do puts flood in? We'll find out. This is their favorite time to do pumpies. I'm gonna close all my fucking spreads. Nice. Because if we pump and stabilize in this range until end of day, right? I don't wanna risk getting blown out on them at the end of the day. I'm up like 70% right now. Just take the profit, right? Are you reopening if they pump it back to 4250? Probably. They're just 0 DTE. Fear, panic. Fear. It's not even in English? What the fuck? That wasn't even the right time. It's 2:18. I can't read it. It's in Spanish. Oh, there's the English one. This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. The purpose is to maintain and improve alert warning capabilities at the federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial levels, and to evaluate the nation's public alert and warning capabilities. No action is required by the public. Bullish. No action. I say we start looting. Is the stream dead for anyone else or just me? You're literally talking in it. Weird. Mine says sell all your GME holdings immediately by order of Ken Griffin. Girk, are they killing our bearish prospects? No. Just slowing them down. Did your vaccine chip turn on yet? I don't know. Hmm. Now we can go down harder. Right? Is that all blown off? We done? Where's the fucking volume? Now the 1 month treasury is positive for the day. Dixie's almost at 106.8. You mean to tell me the anti-vaxxer conspiracy was wrong? Yeah. Remember when they accidentally sent out the incoming missile strike alert to people in Hawaii? Yes, I do. What are you exposing yourself to today? I sold in the money bear call spreads earlier, and then I closed them before this bounce. I have a couple 42.35 puts, 0 DT. That's about it. Any reason Airbnb bounced hard here? Everything did. Haven't you been watching? This was the last bounce. Remember when I was like, hey guys, this is gonna bounce one last time. The final push. Dixie head and shoulders forming pump incoming. Looks like it. Are you playing the dollar? Are you trading FX? Ew. Exposing yourself probably is against YouTube standards. No, actually, from what I've seen on YouTube, as long as I just wear sheer leggings that you can see everything through, that's not nudity. Gork, red candle. I know, Dork. The Tesla puts are unhappy. I'm sorry to hear that, Popcorn. Dork bips. I like this. I would like more of this to happen. See, that was like de-risking. Big red candle, VIX rocketing. I don't know what they de-risked, but something. Fun stuff. Might get another one here in a minute. I'm gonna average down. Interesting. Sheer leggings is how you get kicked out of the grocery store. True. Just for fucking once, could they now short VIX? Wait, what? We can buy Lululemon, but not right now. It's not at a good price. Girk, they de-risk their risk. Let's see if they can do it again. Isn't de-risking bad for puts in the long run? No? If they're de-risking their long positions, what do you think they're going to do? Wait? I was being sarcastic. Lululemons are not squat proof. Really? You'd think that that would be very important to their function and design. Oh, you're saying you can see through them during squats. I don't know. I'll take your word for it. Is breaking 42.22 still going to be an issue? Looks like breaking 43.30 is going to be an issue. Feature, not a bug. Ugh. This is all to fuck everybody trying to leverage the downside. Everyone's like, woo, risk on. And then they're like, ha. I get this feeling we're just gonna dump overnight, though. I still think Friday's data, they're gonna want to stabilize price. And they're not gonna want it below 4,200. How many of these put call positions are just part of an entity's collar versus a battle between bulls and bears? Like the sold puts? I mean, I'm sure some of them are part of collars, but definitely not the majority. Do they have enough time to retest 4250? Yeah. Although this pump's probably going to fail too. Shitty megaphone? Kind of, yeah. Can you draw some lines? If that's going to make you feel more comfortable. The last few days, weeks of trading have been pretty nutty. It's wild that this is going to get even more volatile. That's super fun. Still higher conviction of downs? I mean, yeah. That's not going to like change today, probably. Fuck, really? They sent me another one in Spanish. Why have I gotten 3 of them? 2 in Spanish, 1 in English. Because you threatened to disable them? T-Mobile thinks you're Mexican? Can you perforate the 4230 line? No. You have to wait for it to fail a second time. I'll never perforate it. Let me just know when you get the one in Farsi. Haha. Because Persian. I think you have to fill out a form to get the one sent in Centaur, just FYI. Centaurs don't have their own language. I need more downs. You need more downs from here? Well, I closed all the short calls. But yeah. Don't you dare. No. No, no, no. Not with volume. I always knew you were a horse girl. Are you seeing volume? No. Are you? If so, where? Just trying to understand what you're saying. Oh. Because it was in Centaurian. Centaurian? I don't know what their language would be called. Thick red candles, the urban thick kind. I figured that when you spelled it with 2 C's. The Centurion candidate. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, Jork, it's almost time. Jesus Christ, I almost fell out of my chair. Are we gonna stabilize here into the end of the day? I really fucking hope not. Dork knows what time it is. And yes, I need more downs. I bought 42.35s when we were trading at 42.50. So I'm out of the short calls, but I still have 0 DTE puts. I would like 42.25. I would prefer 42.20 or 15. Was 42.35 in the money and now out of the money? Who would do this? Crazy people. I don't like any of that. Or maybe I do. Ooh. Okay. All right. I like 1, 2, and 4. Exactly. This is it. It's time. Why do so people why do so many people want to believe that B of A is going bankrupt? I don't know. They were the ones that benefited from the pump the most. Like the increase in equity pricing was realized on their books far harder than any other bank. Also, Goldman's and MM, their risk is usually pretty well managed. Hmm. They aren't going bankrupt. It's just insolvency and it's classy. Plus bailout. Who's gonna bail them out? Tesla's just gonna go to 265. Well, it hasn't gone to 260 yet. So probably not. Japan. Ah. I was sold 265 on Tesla, so okay. What's your point? Unless we get a big index sell-off, will Tesla just keep drifting up on weekly calls? Yeah, that's usually what it does. Hmm. A little more range on this still. Do you think we retest the high? If we do, I could sell more I could sell more spreads. Is there somewhere we can look for OI? CBOE publishes it at the end of every day. Or just on your broker. I don't know, Danarchy. That's a good question. Where are we headed? I've been on calls all AM. Well, if this once this gets rejected, wherever that may be, down from there. I fucking hate days like this. I'm guessing no chance of 4220 again today. Why? That's only like 50 BPS away. It probably has higher probability than 4260. Nope, nope. Ew. Yeah, it's only like 54 BPS. Are any of the Dans available? Y'all take Long John Silver coupons for hush puppies? I'm too busy opening positions today, so I'm much more interested in Bromance of the Century subject than the main storyline of the markets coming back to reality. Hmm. I don't remember the taste of red candles. It's been so long. It hasn't been that long. Some fucking ridiculous tech pumps today. $10, Gork? No. Are we gonna get another risk off today? Sure. There's still an hour, like more than an hour left. I thought GANs were only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. Bags were out to get me, that's the way it seemed. Degeneracy haunted all my dreams. Then I streamed his face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of red do I find. I subscribed. Ooh, I'm a believer. Thank you so much, Pickle Bard. That was beautiful. Do all puts go to heaven? Eventually. I felt way better about my Tesla puts about an hour ago. Rip CERN pits. They didn't deserve heaven, but they are there. You know, Popcorn Trader, after you pass, I hope for all eternity you get to compound your short position on CERN. Literally every dip. Yep. I don't trust these rejections anymore. There's too many reversals today. There's a lot of them. What was that moment like when you decided to trade full time? I don't know. It was just like at work and I was really bored. I think my boss asked me to do something and I was like, I need to quit this fucking job. Here we are. Who would have thought? Not me. How much capital did you start with? 25K in a trading account, another 25K in like a long-term holdings account. And then I saved up about a year of salary. It's like another 115, 120 grand after taxes. Ugh. Kirk is a quiet quitter, confirmed. I wasn't quiet about it. What medication do you think the BBBQ club is on or hasn't been taking at this point? I don't know. Antipsychotics, possibly. Uh, or dissociatives. Maybe like Datura. It's just sugar pills. Tide Pods. Pez dispensers they bought at GameStop. Did they not sell Pez dispensers at Bobby? Does Pez still exist? Pez is just like it's a placebo dispenser. Do you have bear MM and bull targets for today? 42.35 is where the MM wants to be. Bears want to be below 42.22. Bulls want to be above 42.50. A fucking 42.35 puts are getting burned up right now. I don't like it. Should have bought 40s. I'm gonna roll them up. Kind of looks like Bulls could be setting themselves up to be winners for the rest of the week. Or it just drops overnight. I think they're setting themselves up to get into a more neutral range for Friday's data. Where does the MM want to be? Like 42.35. Well, 42.40, 42.35. I live 15 miles from the Pez manufacturing site. It's one of the things that makes Connecticut fun, exotic, exciting. I've never heard any of those three words used to describe Connecticut. When 42.20 meow? I mean, I don't think we're going to get it at this point, right? Well, we could. The chances are narrowing, though. And they keep buying literally every dip. No chance we get it today. Probably not. Will the MM get us under 42.40 though? That's possible. Is that this morning's high? Hmm. I still feel like I made a bad choice closing the short calls so early. It was the right choice, but I don't like it. Why would you draw lines letting SPX go this high? What were you thinking? I don't know. I was kind of thinking it was just going to break down again. Like somewhere around here. You were wrong. Maybe. I mean, I was right. It did break down earlier. It just bounced again. Hmm. NQ once again carrying the entire market. It really is. And that's kind of the reason this is so hard. It's so hard for this to break down. Is like NQ's pumping super fucking hard. Like all of the Mag 7. Fucking NQ's up 111 BPS today. Dow's up 3 BPS. ES is 42. Dixie's climbing a bit, but yields are still pushed down. Their 50 test? Ooh. I hope that candle just poked its head up for one last breath of bullish air before we rocket down into the end of the day. What date are your puts? Which ones? I have some 0 DTEs. Not very many, but I have a few. Like 10. I have mostly like November shit. I have some shorter dated debit spreads, like end of this week, end of next week, October 20th, closer to the money. This power hour is gonna be wild, is it? Or are they just gonna let it fall a little bit, keep buying the dip, and we close at 42.40? Because I could see that second outcome being more likely than I would like. I need a missile down at this point. I've seen the market drop like fucking 350 BPS in power hour. Like it can happen. It's not common, but it can happen. When there were a few times in 2021 where we had market days that were like up 2, down 3. 2020 during the crash, 2018 shit got pretty volatile for a while. We saw that actually, you know what? We even saw it in 2022. There were like end of day sell offs in 2022 that were huge. Remember that day we went down like 600 BPS? Polish missile was the best. Yeah, I think it was like June. It was like the 3 days we almost crashed in June. I keep checking my port and my hedges are confusing me. I'm either green or only a bit red. Can you reserve my seat on the back of the short bus? That's that's good, right? Polish missile wasn't even top 5. No, but it was cool because Verax was on top of it. Power hour crushing of the bulls? Maybe. We'll see if the puts try to get some momentum. You know, like the bulls aren't like bears aren't very incentivized to buy like a lot of short dated puts, right? So especially when VIX gets into like the lower range, like 6 and really like 16 to 20, they would rather get like delta and vega exposure than gamma exposure. Explain why they would need to de-risk the red candle 30 minutes ago and then proceed to pump higher. It seems like working against themselves. But it could be that other people sold off while they were trying to de-risk, and so they had to pump it back up to continue de-risking, right? They're not the only participant in the market. Most of this like big drop was calls closing. So this was like 240 calls that took profit. What's interesting is bears are more responsible than bulls generally. Bears like to build up ridiculously large positions over long periods of time and then make all of their money in one day. There's very little incentive for bears to like push down, right? Because the longer it stagnates and holds here and the worse conditions get, the larger and larger positions they get to build up. Yeah, that's some crazy shit right now. What's up, Casey? How wild the last few nights have been on ES. Don't you think we have another wild up down overnight? Probably. There might actually be a little bit of data tonight. I think Japan's releasing their investment by foreigners and foreign bond investment totals. And then they're doing a 30-year auction and a 6-month auction. Does that mean we're a bear? I've been waiting on one day to make all the money for 2 years, but I haven't built up any positions. Bears have all the macro data on their side. Just patience. Yep. Exactly. Are you still holding? I have 42.35s. Yeah, they just keep. I mean, like almost every day we see like longer dated put buying just rolling in. Fail, or are they just buying more calls? I mean, it hasn't failed, right? We bounced. Well, we we fell through the trend a little bit there, but then we bounced again. 310. Hmm. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. Well, never mind that question, Dork. It answers itself. Did Mag 7 completely reverse yesterday? I think most of them have. Amazon has, or Apple has. Amazon, not quite. AMD has. Google's up from yesterday. Meta's reversed it. Microsoft almost. Netflix is down.
NVIDIA, not quite. No, NVIDIA hasn't. Tesla has. SPX hasn't. Neither is NQ. Although it's close. I'm gonna sell more cut. No, I won't. I won't be greedy. Cat sold off nice and hard. Interesting. Russell almost reversed the whole day. I don't want to increase variance here, though, right? Microsoft's up. 306. Interesting. Oh, I hope that's the end of this. Do you want me to buy a call so it'll reverse? No? I mean, I don't care. I'm kind of just deliberating if I want to sell more bear call spreads here. But, like, out of the money? It seems risky. They're not really worth it. It's like $1.35, $1.40. Does this fail or keep running? I don't know. I mean, all of it running is just based on them buying more in the moment. It's not based on like positioning that's already on the chain. Full bull time? I think we're pretty far from full bull, but a little bull.
Today has not been excellent for my P&L. What did you have today? This is pump. Big hard pump. What data do we have tonight? Nothing really important. Squamps, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Is that a tree? Several trees? Nice. Fute's about to test 4,300. Close. $42.93 right now. Stomping on VIX, yeah. Apple new HOD going to pump hard? What? Nice, man. Looks like they're trying a squeeze. I mean, there's not a lot here to squeeze. 60 and 65, 0 DTEs, but outside of that, there aren't there aren't a lot of sold calls. I'm just picking up Vega at 42.60, 65. I don't think they have a lot of Vega risk at 60, 65. They have a lot at 50. They have a lot at 75. 75 is really advantageous. 60, 65 is not so important. Nice, NW. Well done, man. Thank you. 100% absolute pristine distilled crime. Would you average down Tesla bear spreads at these prices? Probably. No, it depends on how much data I have on them. Lots of long puts. Who? Pump stabilize, prevent a sub 4250 close. That gets Vega or VIX a little bit more under control. We're out of backwardation right now, which is probably good for them. Let's see. Did they squeeze out any? Okay, so they squeezed out the 35 puts there a little bit. Actually, they squeezed out most of the puts there. $25 and $35. Squeezing late ES shorts, yeah. 42.59. Oh, 30 BPS. Yesterday, we were down how much? So futures have almost fully pulled back yesterday's move. Close, not quite, but close. What's our confident close right now? Depends on how many more options fall off the chain. But I would say 45 to 55. Actually, 50 to 60. Hmm. To be honest, I thought we were getting 42.75 today, no question, around lunch. I don't think there was much of a chance around that time. Tim Apple sold 88 million. Bullish. Does it matter if you sell your stock if you just buy back more? If you're selling into your own buyback. Gork PP. Oh. Wait, you didn't send me anything. Oh, you're just saying PP? Can we still go back towards 4,200 this week, or is that dead for now? I mean, it's only 100 BPS away. Update, my 4,200 zero GTU pits have not printed. I'm still not sure why you bought those. Do you think they try to push up higher overnight into tomorrow before Friday's data? I mean, we'll find out. This will either break down or they'll try to get back to positive charm above 4280, which they might. If they get back to 4280 before Friday, the chances of Friday pushing us below 4200 fall off. I mean, if bulls should push it for all it's worth. It has time to fail, but where's like I just don't think that's very much range to fail in. Like if we'd broken down here instead of running headfirst into a massive pump, then we had a chance to like close at 35 still by end of day. From here, that's gonna be a lot harder. And then the 35 and 25 puts are almost all got stopped out on the pump. So the 0 DTE put leverage is kind of weak. There's still some at 45.50 or at 42.50 rather. But below that, not much. If we drop here, it'll be on like call selling and call capitulation. How high do you see Tesla going through Friday? Breaking 60 is a big deal. We'll probably just start the end of day green peen parade and go to 4,300 instead. We could. I mean, that's where their Vega risk is. Fell back to 45? If it gets momentum, but otherwise no. Like 50 or 55. Let's see, VIX is turning around a little bit. We've had so many red days, some green days aren't unreasonable. No, I agree. Targeting like 42.55 for a straddle. I mean, I'll just target wherever we close. If we drop to 50, I'll enter it there, but otherwise, wherever we close. No, there's no data tonight. That's why this is working, is because there's just not a lot of data. Tomorrow morning, we have challenger job cuts, balance of trade, initial jobless claims, continuing jobless claims, and Mester is speaking at 9 a.m. Then we have Barkin, Daily, Bar through the intraday. And then that's it for tomorrow. So tomorrow's pretty light outside of the Fed speakers. And they're probably not gonna have much impact. SPX 4280 by close. Hmm. Not unless they start buying 4280s for tomorrow. Did you close your 0 DTE puts? I'm stopped out of them. I was gonna sell more call spreads up here again, but it seems risky. How hard could we reject off ES 4300? I feel like we could go a little bit above it. I mean, the like long-term uptrend, which is what we're headed towards. Maybe we wouldn't test till overnight, but that's at like 305. If we break that to the upside, we're dealing with a reversal, and we got to look to the like the prior range here. The best part of this is they're pumping really fucking hard, and they're not really getting the levels they need. Like, they needed 4250, but they really need 75 and 4300. We're gonna retake 4325 ES before close? I doubt it. 25 minutes for like almost 100 BPS drop? A countdown 32% today. Why no down? Well, because we started going up like first thing in the morning. After we bounced off 4220. Why didn't you set stops or take profits? I mean, why no down? Because they kept buying fucking futures all goddamn day. On literally every fucking dip. I would have expected VIX to get slaughtered even more. Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how well VIX has held up. But that's because they don't have 75 back. If they get 42.75 back, VIX will drop a lot harder. Wait, what did Burry say? Did he tweet something again? No 4200 test unless there's a breakdown of 4222. He didn't say anything. Oh. Can you call Ding Ding so we can be done for the day? No? What's that level at today? Um, hmm. 42.75.16. Out of spite, did you buy any more NVIDIA Jan 2024 200s? No? Good spot for covered calls? On what? The futures ask stacking is so hilarious. I mean, it's kind of funny. Hmm. So we're above yesterday's open. Oh, no, we're not. We're below yesterday's open. Were we above it? We were never above yesterday's open. Yesterday opened at 42.69.75. Hmm. Like 3 massive reversals on futures today. That's crazy. Bulls are freaking relentless. Yeah. Their next upside target, I mean, it's got to be like 75. Flip charm back to positive. I mean, if I were them, I'd want that. But wouldn't they do so? I mean, I don't know if they can get enough leverage into the end of today, but they'll try. They'll probably start buying 75s into tomorrow. I could look, actually. Where does the MM want it? Into the end of day today? Lower, but that's blown out already. Tomorrow's the 5th, right? MM's, so on the upside, MMs are selling some delta into rising prices because charm's negative, but they're they're buying everything else into the like on the upside. So let's see. Oh, interesting. A lot of put walls for tomorrow. A bunch of calls at 65. Shitload of calls at 65. Holy fuck. Dude, there's so much fucking options interest for tomorrow, dork. $50, 42.20. There's a call wall at 42.15 to 15.65. That can't be right. Hmm. 75, 80, and 70 puts. Long calls or short calls at 65? The zero DTs are mostly short. Tomorrow's are probably long. Although I guess it could be being sold. I'm not sure. I don't have enough data for that yet. Do we think this pump has enough momentum to last through the week? Well, the problem is if they don't get 75 today, then it immediately loses momentum, right? So we'll see where they close it. Nice, Entropic Cat. Check out Dow selling off. Is it? Not really. Mm. 75 or crash. Let's fucking go. I mean, they just need 75 to stabilize their Vega risk, right? And so it's not like 75 or crash. They still have 50 stabilized. It's like 75 today, or they need to try again for 75 tomorrow. I don't think there's any data. Yeah, jobless claims is tomorrow, but unemployment's more important. We get jobless claims every week. I'm not really sure what Mester is gonna say. Barkin and Bar might be pretty hawkish. Hmm. So unemployment drops on Friday, or non-farm payrolls are up. They're projecting non-farm payrolls to be down by 30K. Hmm. I still don't think the 65 short calls have capitulated here. So the 65 short calls are either going to close, and that's going to drive prices higher, or they're going to try to close the day out below 65. What time is that? 3:44. Hmm. Ding ding us faster, Kirk. ES seems to have formed an uptrend from the overnight lows to the current peak that runs into the longer term downtrend around 43.20 before market open, I think. It's already at the longer term downtrend. They found a lot of future sellers at 4,300 at least. Not many. How did those spreads deal with the move? Which spreads? The bear calls I closed earlier. I closed them when we fell back below 42.40. Oh shit. Okay, now they found some sellers. And now buyers. Yeah. Ah, okay. Interesting. 42. So 42.50. They're not going to reverse it all in 9 minutes. Is this what's going to come down to? The last 10 minutes of every day? What? We fucking traded all over the place today. $60 BPS in 9 minutes. Let's go. That's ridiculous. Profit taking. Probably just profit taking on the 65s, right? Or rolling them to tomorrow. This whole market is ridiculous, and you know it. Yeah, I do. But you can't stop the ridiculousness of it. After straddle 65. Fuck me. Whatever. Actually, do I? I have 42 80s. No, those are shit. I'm gonna roll those down. Bro, this is wacky. I mean, it's not that wacky. It's an 82 BPS day. After several hundred BPS down days. I placed today at 7 out of 10 on the wackiness scale. I think the NASDAQ pump was far wackier than the SPX one. Did you check Thursday's ES interest at 3650p? Not right now. $42.55 close off the table. I mean, it looks like they're gonna keep it from happening. Yeah. I think they're just rolling the 65 calls out to tomorrow. Ah, I see. Calling it now, 4,300 tomorrow. Let me see how that looks right now. Maybe. That's not out of the question. What they did successfully do is they blew up a significant amount of the put accumulation that had occurred yesterday between 4250 and 4150. So they saved their asses from that. There's still big put walls at 70, 75, and 80. So those will present some difficulty in getting over. There's not a ton of longer dated call interest here. There's a little bit at 85, 95, but very little. This could also just fail in the overnight session if we start seeing more bond selling. This is going to be the first red day on Dixie in like 15 days or 14 days. Tomorrow, better entry on long Vega plays. Long Vega plays really aren't a very good entry unless you get back under like VIX 16 again. They're okay, but they're not that great. And if they were to get us back under VIX 16, I'm not sure you'd want them. I have some at like 1350, but I want to buy some more. Oh, like VIX calls? SQQQ call overnight? Hmm. No. This still looks too bullish. Better idea to pick up puts for Friday here, or better off waiting until tomorrow. You'd probably want to wait through tomorrow. I bought my SPX Vega plays at VIX 13. Oh. Yeah, that was a good price to buy them at. Hmm. Fuck, man. Murdered correlation. Push the spread out nice and wide today, too. Dixie had a red day Thursday? Hmm, okay. But it hasn't had a red week in 12 weeks. Jesus. Ding ding. Okay, so at least the 4265s didn't close in the money. Maybe I should have been selling that. Whatever. Well, that was fun. We got a little VIX spike back to like just under 1850 going into close. Not 1850 though. So big push up today. After almost breaking down through our long-term support this morning in pre-market, we basically did nothing but go up. All of these larger upside moves were mostly driven by futures buying, not so much on the options chain. Although some of the out of the money calls on the options chain benefited from it. This is very like classic, like June, like a June pump, May June pump style of pump. Except with a little less vol shorting than we were seeing back then, and that's just because I don't think they want to increase their exposure. This could easily fail overnight, and we could fall back to the lower end of this uptrend, or we could even fall through and move to the bottom of the like, kind of megaphone that's building out here. So there's actually two trends there. This is more likely. If we do, I still expect them to push for 4275 tomorrow. The data's light enough that it just makes sense to target that. They could get charm back to positive dealer charm going into Friday, which is the day where it's most desirable to have that. And then also, or which charm has the most effect. Also, you know, they stop that market maker selling on the flat tape. And then, you know, they're very neutrally positioned within their Vega risk going into Friday's like non-farm payroll and unemployment data. It's hard to see. So either they'll try to stabilize us here, or they'll try to move us higher tomorrow. I think they're gonna try to avoid that like downside risk where charm increases even more, right? So that's very dangerous, and that's like the SPX 4222 level. Um, and they'll try to gain some ground over the SPX 4275 level. So in between those two, it's very important for them. And if they can get above 4275, that puts them like at 4280, right? We're kind of right in between their 4300, 4350 Vega risk and their 4250, 4200 risk. Yes, late shorts slaughtered. Yeah, shorts that came in this morning, especially. Like these fucking shorts got murdered. But the shorts were pretty aggressive on all the bottoms with the ES today, and it fucked them every time. Yields down across the board today. Almost 2% on the 5-year. Like 150, 1.3 from the 10 to the 30. Dixie down, but not a lot. 34 basis points today. A little bit on the back of Lagarde's speech, where she wasn't very particular about their forward plans. Broad commodities continue to fall off. They took a pretty big hit today at 1.8%. And a lot of this has to do with China and kind of not being very transparent about their plans. Correlation got crushed, but it's still not as bad as it was last Thursday. So I mean, this can turn around pretty quickly, but for today, kind of crushed. A lot of vol flowing back into like the underlying equities, which we saw with the Mag 7, which pumped actually hard as fuck. If you look at the NQ for the day, was up about 133 BPS. While it didn't recover all of yesterday's losses, it did make oh, that's Dow, sorry. It did make make up a pretty big chunk of them. And resistance on NQ at 14,590 is still stable. Nope. There you go. Tesla thoughts? I mean Tesla's starting to get closer to like above 253. It really starts to move into its more bullish range, and then it just kept moving today. Not really on any news or anything. It's just the best stock to pump. It didn't lose. It gained weighting in QQQ and lost or stayed the same in SPY. So it's just like this and Meta are better now than like Microsoft and Apple for pumping, and Nvidia, because Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, and I think Google all lost weighting in QQQ. Heat map? Yeah, we could take a look at it. So, I mean, mostly tech, right? We kind of already know that. Tech, some financials like mixed, had an okay day. Retail had a pretty good day, or at least Amazon did. Energy got slaughtered. Uh, Tesla did well. Nvidia and Apple did okay. AMD did really well. But yeah, mostly tech, software as a service. Which is surprising because services were contracting today, as per the ISM report. Health services, utilities, industrial services, transportation, kind of all pretty bad. I don't think RSP did very well today, or not as well, like 57 BPS. It got a hell of a pump there towards the end of the day, but it didn't perform on par with the S&P at all. So you're saying the two tech stocks, I'm sure, are the two that are focused on pumping. Checks out. Oh, those are the ones that can fall the hardest, too. But yeah, that sounds about right. Yesterday, someone was buying a lot of ES at 42.55. Today, buyer came in again and was buying 136 lots at market, and we pumped. Maybe tomorrow, a retest of 42.55 before we pump into Friday. 42.55 on ES. That'd be a fucking crazy move. It could, but if that happened, I don't think we'd pump very hard into Friday. That'd kind of just end up like being our neutral range. Maybe we'd get back above like 42.75 a little bit by the end of the day. We'll see if bears come in tomorrow, right? As we approach the bigger data set. But I wouldn't be surprised if bulls try to pump more overnight, and that way they're on the upside of the kind of negative dealer exposure going into market open tomorrow. Thanks, Mike Buds. There was yesterday. Yesterday was a great day to make money. Today was okay. There's someone buying tens of thousands of puts at 36.50 all week, probably selling them. Thanks, Red Ranger. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Sorry I've been gone so much, Bips. Thanks 1 second, guy. Later, everyone.